Good morning, everyone. Sorry, should have tested. Welcome to the 2025 State Fair Virginia Angus Heifer Show. Entering the ring, we have Class 1, our bred-known Angus cow-calf pair, being exhibited by Tegan Johnston.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be back out here and sort through the remainder of the breeding heifers. And man, we start off in an incredible way, just a single entry. But you want to talk about one that could have stood more competition out here. A pair that is absolutely elegant. And like I said yesterday with the pair that came out, the amount of effort and time and energy that these cow-calf pairs certainly is not lost on me. I love doing it. There's nothing more rewarding, I think, than taking a show heifer and then bringing her back as a pair. And it's a lot of work, but whenever you get one that looks like this, boy, that makes it all worthwhile. That one is, you want to talk about just exquisite in terms of her silhouette. Absolutely gorgeous there. Awesome bodied, awesome feet and legs under that one. A good udder that she's got, doing a great job with that heifer calf at side. Let's give that young lady a big round of applause on bringing us an excellent cow-calf pair to start our day.
Congratulations to our grand champion, Angus cow-calf pair, exhibited by Tegan Johnston. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 2 of our bred-known Angus with the junior heifer calves.
Test. Test.
Entering the ring first, we have Tegan Johnston with her April 10th, 2025 female, followed by Kyle Prince with his heifer born on January 8th.
Let's start off with these heifer calves, and I think we've got a really nice pair with some give and take between this pair, but just in terms of flexibility, pliability of skeleton, I think that's where our class winner leads off. That one, it was on the side of the pair. Boy, you want to talk about just big-bodied, awesome set of feet and legs underneath herself. I think, again, what sorts this pair is when we set them in motion, she just stays more collected in terms of the way that she's built through that top line, and I think a female that just more naturally, genuinely opened up whenever you get right in behind her. You want to talk about being just a little higher, tying a little neater through their head, neck, and chest floor. That's where the one here in 2 has an advantage. I think that one is really neat through their front 1/3 female that on the lower side of her skeleton, good rib female that can meet that track. A little frailer feature, a little smaller footed. Just would like to collect her in the way that she travels through that loin and tailhead here today. Really nice pair of calves, though. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations, placing first, and your automatic champion bred known Angus Junior Heifer Calf Champion is exhibited by Tegan Johnston. And in second place, and our automatic reserve champion bred known Angus Junior Heifer Calf Champion is Kyle Prince. We're now ready for Class 3 bred known Angus Senior Heifer Calves. Entering the ring, we have Emma Alexander with her heifer born September 20th, 2024. Ethan Farrow with his heifer born September 2nd, and Evan McCall with his heifer born September 1st.
We move into these fallborns, and I think we've got a pretty easy class winner for me, just in terms of, again, talking about the building the basics of ones that have got some shape and some dimension to them, yet still I think elegant and ladylike enough from this side. I think a female that's just a little neater in terms of her presence, in terms of her build, the way that she travels hip hop and pastured for us here today. You want to talk about another one of those, just very proportional, good in terms of her body type. I think a very safe place for me to start. Got some give and take in this pair in 2 and 3, and I go back and forth on that pair. I think just ultimately just more cow here in the 1 and 2. That one's more naturally opened up, wider there, bolder in through her heart and full rib, bigger back, the thicker ended type heifer, the bigger bone female. If you're going to get critical of that one, she gets just a little plainer in the way that she's designed through that front 1/3, a little more restricted in the way that she travels through that shoulder and knee. But man, just absolutely loaded with body and power. A little more refinement in the heifer here comes out in 1-3, and I love the head and neck on that one. I think a female that balances up very nicely whenever you get off to the side of her, just flattens and tapers. Not as much female there here today, a little more coordinated in the way that she handles that rear hike and pastern. Another nice class of all females. Let's give those kids a hand.
Congratulations. Placing first, and our automatic champion, bred and known Angus Senior Heifer Calf champion, is Emma Alexander. In second place, and our automatic reserve champion, bred and known Senior Heifer Calf champion, we had Evan McCall. And in third place, we had Ethan Furrow. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4 bred and known intermediate yearling heifers. We have a single entry from Helen Farmer. This female was born on July 15th. And she will be also your automatic champion bred known Angus intermediate yearling heifer.
Just a single entry here in this class and division. And again, I think a heifer with a lot of quality and good to her. Big bone, stout, big bodied type female, yet still attractive and well balanced in her profile. Young lady's got a very high quality single entry. Congratulations to her. Let's give her a nice hand.
Again, congratulations to Helen Farmer. She's your champion bred known Angus intermediate yearling heifer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 5, our bred known Angus late junior yearling heifers. Leading off, we have Caden Harris with his female born on April 18th. Followed by Riley Stratton with her April 3rd. And Madison Stratton with her heifer born on March 22nd.
I really like this class, and I think it's one of those that just kind of gets your blood flowing and makes it a lot of fun to come and evaluate cattle, because our class 1 through 3 here, very, very good, and to me it's very close on the top end, and these heifers are not exactly the same. That what makes it a lot of fun and some give and take, and I think that both very, very high quality, and so I think these young people have done an excellent job getting them here, getting them presented, and so I think we need to take some time, evaluate, decide what you like, decide what you don't like. The way that I end up rolling them here, young man's heifer, is you just study these cattle. Man, I like them just with a little more to them, and I think you study this one's bone and foot size. You study this one through the base of her chest floor, more opened up and genuine as we study her hooks back and pins down. That's where this one's got an advantage. I think a female that's just more opened up naturally all the way through. I think both of these heifers, gorgeous from a silhouette standpoint, just a little more show cow there, and our one that's going to go ahead and lead off. If you want to say, man, the one here in 2 is an ultra high tie-in, feminine headed, little cleaner throated kind. I'm certainly not going to argue with you, because from the side that one is absolutely exquisite. Young lady does an excellent job with her. She's gorgeous there. Everything fits together in that heifer very, very nicely whenever you're off to the side of this one. Whenever you get in behind her, she just wants to concave there at the base of her rib, wants to close up as we get right in behind her, not quite as naturally powerful from there to the ground as the one that leads off. That's getting awfully critical of an extremely high quality pair on the top end, and that takes nothing away from the heifer here in 3, because I like this one a great deal. I think a female that's just moderate, big bodied, easy flesh, and just not some of those extra EST pieces is the ones there on the top end. Another high quality heifer, really, really good set of heifers here in this class. Let's give those kids a round of applause for bringing a great set of Angus females.
Congratulations. Placing first, we have Caden Harris. In second place, Madison Stratton. And in third place, Riley Stratton. We now have a single entry for Class 6 bred and known Angus early junior yearling heifers. This is Carter Evers with her heifer born on February 16th.
This single entry as we move into this class, but again, another extremely high quality one. Another one of those that just ultra neat to look at. Very feminine female that's bold and stout and dimensional, big bone, big footed, incredibly high quality single entry. Congratulations to her on that division champion.
Congratulations goes to Carter Evers. We're now ready for the selection of our champion bred and owned Angus junior yearling heifer. Entering the ring, we have Caden Harris. Followed by Carter Evers. And we're also bringing our second place heifer exhibited by Madison Stratton from Class 5.
Get back out here for this division. It's been so good that the bred and known division has been so good. These young people have done an awesome job bringing us some good ones to start off our day. And we started off with that first class here in this division really, really well. A pair of females that, while not exactly the same, I think both incredibly high quality. And I think you can see that whenever you get back out here. This one that comes out of that class just opened up, very genuine, fresh in her condition. I love that about her. I think a female that's still attractive, well-balanced, love the bone and foot, just the genuine free stride that she takes whenever we study this one at the ground. Our heifer at a class number 2, boy, whenever she stopped in park, that one's a load. She's still one of those that's very angular and maternal about her head and neck, yet still from her shoulders back opened up and three-dimensional female that's bold and stout all the way through, not just in terms of her rib shape and the way that one's muscle patterns laid on her. Another one of those, this big bone, big-footed. We set her in motion. She's starting to get just a little outside of herself there with some of that extra body and power. But again, I think an incredibly high-quality female in our respective second out here, just one that's absolutely exquisite from the profile standpoint. Silhouette is absolutely gorgeous whenever you get off to the side of that one. I said there in class, just wish there was a touch more to her whenever you got right in behind her, what got her beat in that class. But I think those two females out of that class, incredibly, incredibly good, and there's no reason not to keep them together. So the heifers out of class number 1 be your division champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Exhibiting your champion bred known Angus Junior Yearling heifer is Caden Harris, followed by Madison Stratton, who is selected as your reserve champion bred known Angus Junior Yearling heifer. We're now ready for the selection of your grand champion bred known Angus female. Entering the ring, we have your champion cow-calf pair exhibited by Tegan Johnston. At its side with her is her heifer, her champion bred and known junior heifer calf champion, followed by Emma Alexander, who exhibited your senior heifer calf champion, followed by Helen Farmer with your intermediate yearling heifer champion, and Caden Harris with their junior yearling heifer. We'll also have our reserves coming into the ring. Kyle Prince with his junior heifer calf champion. Evan McCall with his senior heifer calf champion. And Madison Stratton with her reserve junior yearling heifer.
Well, I hope this is an indication of what the rest of the day is going to be, because if the quality is going to stay this good throughout the rest of the day, boy, I don't know about everybody else, but I'm going to have a ton of fun out here sorting cattle. And let's start off. This is so awesome to see all these kids that have brought back cattle this good that they've are their bred and owns. Let's start off by showing our appreciation to our Junior Angus exhibitors here. I said yesterday in that AOB division, it's always good to see. This is the fruits of your labor as a junior, where you're getting to raise these things and kind of take a step into the next side of your business and make this into a bit of a business. And we've got a lineup out here that I think is certainly deserving of so much quality and praise to these young people and the work that they've done. And we started it off incredibly well with a very high quality cow-calf pair. They said, man, these things are tough to do, and I get it. They're a lot of work. They're a lot of work in the barn. They're a lot of work whenever you get to a show. They fight you pretty much every step of the way. And so whenever you get a really nice one, I think you need to take time to appreciate her. And this one set that tone really nice. I think a female that's just ultra elegant, ultra good in terms of her body shape and kind. I think a female that just balances up so nice from this side. You love her bone in your foot that she's got underneath of her. I think a female that just absolutely gorgeous from the side profile standpoint. I think a female that, in relation to a couple of others, there may be a couple others that are a little more naturally opened up than she is. That's certainly not a flat, light, muscled Angus cow. That one is very high quality. We started off in a good way, and you can tell that she's generating quality. We've got a bred and owned calf that won that first division, and I think that calf, you can tell, just follows right along in Mom's footsteps, because that one is bold and she is big bodied. She is good wheeled. I think still has a lot of presence to her. A little chin, that's okay. I got a little chin myself. That's all right. We can grow into that. We can do some of that. That thing's body and skeleton, very high quality. Female that came out of that fall division, I love this one as well. Just in terms of from her shoulders back, that's another one of those that's bold and stout and opened up, and a female that's big hipped, a female that carries that width naturally down to the ground. I love that about that one. And still, I think with some of that extra width and power, is high tying and attractive and well balanced. We're going to get critical of this one. She just wants to paddle ever so slightly as we set this one in motion. But I think, again, awfully critical on a very high quality female. Female that comes out of that summer division, stopped in park. That one is really neat. She is kind of one of the little cleaner fronted ones out here. Female that still balances up, got that some of those extra parts and pieces. Female that's awesome haired, awesome presented. Young lady's done a great job. Maybe just not quite as smooth and genuine as a few of the other heifers out here in this lineup. But again, another one to be very proud of. In that last division, I think a female that, and I've used the word genuine a few times here, but that is the way I would describe that one, is a female that's just so honest and natural in the way that she's built and her condition. Everything just fits together with her so well. I think a female that there's probably a couple others out here that are just a little slimmer necked. I think a female that you want to talk about, though, everything being incredibly proportional: bone, foot, head, neck, body, rib, natural power and dimension. She's not one that just is extreme in any one area, but boy, there's not a big hole in that one either. And I think a set of just incredibly high-quality females here in our division champions and our respective reserves. To me, I think there's one that I guess hit me pretty hard whenever we started. It's a notch closer for reserve as we try to figure that out, and there is only 2 spots to sort through. But I got my mind made up. But if you could, let's show these kids another round of applause and appreciation, starting off our day in an excellent way.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our grand champion bred and owned Angus female, we have Caden Harris. We'll now see Madison Stratton coming in for contention of reserve.
As we bring that respective reserve in, I feel that she catapults herself right into contention here in this respective lineup and deserves. We talked to all the rest of them. We should get to talk this one as well. I think a female that you want to, as I said there in class, boy, ultra high tie-in, probably as neat through her head, neck as any out here. Just you want to talk about Angus breed character, and that one is awesome headed, awesome ear set. And I know this isn't a sheep ring, but as a Simmental breeder, boy, I lived through some ugly, dopey headed cattle. And I love these things to just have that nice, beautiful head and neck on them. A female that balances up so nice, gorgeous in terms of her silhouette. There's another one out here that's maybe just a little more opened up, but that one's view from the side is absolutely impeccable. And so for me, it comes down to the Fallen, and this one here out of that last division is kind of where I've landed on, in heifers that are vastly different. But boy, I think those two heifers out of that class were very, very good. It was a close decision, so why split them up now? We're going to go ahead and keep them together. It's going to be a reserve grand female.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our reserve grand champion, bred and owned Angus female, we have Madison Stratton. We're going to take a brief break while we're getting pictures of those champions. We're now ready to move into our own Angus female show. Entering the ring, we have Jack Bagoon with Oakley KCS LE 479, born December 2nd, 2024. She will be a single entry in this class.
Really nice single entry that we start off the own division with. Definitely another one of those that could have stood more competition out here. I think she picks right up where we left off in that Bred and Owned show in terms of being one that's just very fault-free, very elegant, yet still good on her feet and legs and good in terms of her body and shape and dimension. High-quality single entry. Let's give that young man a round of applause.
Congratulations. Winning Class 1, we have Jack Bagoon. Now entering the ring, we'll have Class 2 of our owned Angus Early Senior Heifer Calves. With your first entry entering the ring, we have Ella Jane Michael with REEM Ellie's Maggie 101M, born October 4th, 2024. Followed by Sunny Sanders, OMF 425 of 102 PROG 132, born on September 21st. Followed by Ethan Furrow with Dale Scarlett 4323, born September 17th. And John Hale with his entry MC Blackcap 4101, born on September 12th. This is your class. These females will also be your automatic champion owned Angus Senior Heifer Calf and reserve champion owned Angus Senior Heifer Calf. Yeah.
We move on through these falls, and again, I think we've got a very nice lineup. A lot of differences in these cattle in terms of types and kinds that are standing out here. One that's going to go ahead and lead off, I think, just in terms of flexibility of skeleton, in terms of look and presence, is where she has a decided advantage here in this class. One is plenty big for me, but I think even still with that, a female that's awesome bodied, awesome build, awesome structured, everything, just her silhouette, absolutely gorgeous, very, very high quality, and I think wins this class pretty easily. Some give and take in the heifers in 2 and 3, heifers that are very different. I think just in terms of a little bit of extra completeness of design is where the young man's heifer has an advantage. A little higher tine, a little neater built on both the top and bottom side of her skeleton, more attractive in the set and angle to her hock pastern. I think heifer that plants and drives good enough, in my opinion, as we study her there on her rear hock. Gets just a little outside of herself. I'd like to redesign her and relax her there in the way that she travels through that shoulder and knee. I think the heifer here in 3 has an advantage there. She'll take a little longer step out of that front 1/3 than the heifer that precedes her. She's moderate, she's big-bodied, she's easy fleshing. She just starts to come to it at us in a few more pieces in the way that she does it. It's a little easier there in terms of her spine. Wants to get a little more up in terms of the way that she handles that top line. If you could just relax her and make all that go just ever so slightly better, I think she makes a real run at that 2 spot, because I think her quality very, very good. However, that rounds off this class. Nice, moderate, easy fleshing female for this young man. Female that just here in this class, there's not enough show cow to get up over those ones on the top. But another nice set of fallborns. Let's give those kids a hand.
Congratulations. In first place, we have Ella Jane Michael. In second place, Ethan Furrow. In third place, John Hale. And in fourth place, Sonny Sanders. We'll now bring back from Class 1, Jack Bagoon. And from Class 2, Ella Jane Michael, for the selection of your champion-owned Angus Senior Heifer Calf. Also bringing in our second place from Class 2, Ethan Furrow.
And a nice set of falls or single entry that came out of that first class, I think, set a really nice tone for our Angus show. And I think a female that in this lineup, you can still see the quality out here in her, because that one is another one of those that's a good looking, high tying. You like her body, you like her natural dimension. For that, obviously, we got some differences in terms of age as we study these cattle, but I think very similar in their type and kind and their build. I think a female that you like, just her natural width and power. I think a female that handles her hip, hock, and pastern very nicely whenever we set her in motion. If we're going to get critical, and I think we can get critical of both of these heifers in kind of the same spot, it's a little more in the shoulder side of things, and it's pretty much impossible to make one that's a high tie-in and not make them a little upright in their blade, because those two things just go very well hand in hand. I think both heifers handle it good enough, in my opinion, and I think there's just not a big difference there, but that's where we see a little bit and like to tweak that one ever so slightly. The female that comes out of the second class, I think a female that's stood there in class, just overwhelmed that class from a quality standpoint. I think one of those that just everything fits together very nicely. You know, as I said, there in class, plenty on the big side for me, but I think a female that just in terms of she's big, but she's not hard. She's got that extra body, big bone, big footed type of a heifer. Absolutely beautiful in terms of a silhouette standpoint. I think a female that's very, very high quality. Our respective second got there, but just in terms of that extra look and style and balance, pounds that she had there in that class. I think a female, again, nice trio of heifers that we've got out here. To me, though, it comes down to the two class winners is kind of, I guess, where I go back and forth on, and I think heifers that are very similar. I think just a notch more smoothness. Everything blends together just a little better, and the heifer out of class number 2 should be your division champion. Heifer out of class number 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Our champion owned Angus senior heifer calf goes to Ella Jane Michael. And our reserve champion owned Angus senior heifer calf goes to Jack Bagoon. We're now ready to move into Class 3 of our owned Angus late junior yearling heifers. Entering the ring first, we have Lindsay Davis with Core Beauty, born April 14th, 2024. Followed by Aubrey Herbers with Clark Boy Sandy D, 429, born April 14th. Carly Gallahan, Glen Mary Blackbird, 4001, born April 23rd. And Sophie Solling with Buchanan's Enamel H753, born on March 13th, 2024. This is your class. We'd like to thank our judge, Justin Adcock, for being with us this weekend. For those of you ringside, Justin is a graduate of Lakeland Community College and University of Illinois, where he received his bachelor's in animal science and his master's in ruminant nutrition. He was on the competitive judging teams while at both schools, as well as coaching the Illinois 4-H team to 2 national championships. Justin has judged shows on every level in 25 states and Canada, including the North American, Fort Worth Stock Show, Keystone, and the National Western Stock Show. He is currently a sales agronomist for Bayer Crop Sciences. He, along with his wife Emily, daughter Tatum, and family own Adcock Land and Livestock, a seed stock operation in central Illinois where they sell and show Angus and Simmental cattle throughout the U.S. Let's give him a warm Virginia welcome.
We move into these summer borns, and I think we've got a very nice lineup. And again, we're going to get some variations in terms of types and kinds. But I think just cattle that are very, very good as we study them from end to end here in this respective lineup. And to me, the pair that just have a little more presence, a little more style, a little more of that grab your attention factor to them are these young ladies heifers that come out in 1 and 2. And then I think between that, we're not exactly going to have the same in terms of advantages. To me, just again, a little more punch, a little more power, bone, foot in terms of skeleton. I love this heifer here that comes out in 1. I think a female that from her shoulders back, just incredibly good in her body type and cavity. Easy doing. A female that's presented very nicely to us here today. A little plainer in the way that she's built through that front 1/3, but I think a female that from her shoulders back, just her athleticism as we set these cattle in motion is where she has the advantage here in this class today. When you want to talk about one that just grabs hold of your attention, is the female that comes out in here in two, because that's probably as high-tying, neat-headed, neat-chested female as we've seen here today. Incredibly smooth, a little more moderate than maybe necessarily I like, but just like whenever one was a little bigger, I'm not here to be the hip-height police. I think the quality in that one, very, very good. Just wish there was a touch more of her here, but I think the quality and the put-togetherness and the way that she collects herself is better than the one here in three, and why she stays there. Because the one here in three, burly, stout, big-bodied, a female that's got more bone, more natural power and width and dimension. Whenever they're stopped and parked, I think she makes a real run at the two spot. Whenever we set her in motion, and they've done a nice job of trying to dress that out of this one, she just gets a little easy there, and her loin wants to come apart, and her top line, jack at tail head up on us. It's a little more in coordinating the way that she goes hawk to ground, just the way that she flexes that hawk. But I think, again, another high-quality Angus female, make a great cow for that young lady. And the same with the heifer that rounds off this particular class. Moderate, easy flesh, and big-bodied, just a little plainer in terms of her appearance all the way through. Another good set of cattle from end to end. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations. Placing first, we have Lindsay Davis. In second place, Aubrey Herbers. In third place, Sophie Saling. And in fourth place, Carly Gallahan. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 4 of our owned Angus Early Junior Yearling Heifers. Entering the ring, Sophie Saling with Oakley Pinup Gal 418. Followed by Quinn Roush with ATB JB Sophie 02M. She was born on February 8th. Blake Bagoon with Oakley Phyllis 402, born February 2nd. Ava Hernandez with Rosehill Enamel R241, born on January 26th. And Tegan Johnston with Oakley Sandy 403, born on January 20th. This is your class. Our official photographer of the weekend is Mandy Rooker. We want to thank them for being here. And for photos, you can go to Mandy Rooker at smugmug.com.
I think these two heifers up here on the top end of this class, this is close in my opinion. And whether you agree or disagree from the outside, again, it's not my job. My job is to tell you what I think of these cattle, and I think they're both very, very good. And there's some very, very subtle and minute differences, I think, that to me sorts this particular pair, because we cover the basics whenever we've gotten to this level. And both heifers, you want to talk about body and shape and dimension and bone and foot and lines. We do all that incredibly well. I think a pair of females that from that standpoint, very, very good, very, very high end. Subtle differences that to me that I read between this pair of females. The heifer that's going to go ahead and lead off, to me, just a little more correct in the angle to her shoulder, a little more relaxed in the way that she travels through that shoulder and knee here for us today. And I, talk about getting down to some minute differences. Outside toe on this heifer, I like quite a bit better, just in terms of some extra squareness, in terms of having a little more outside toe, being able to plant and drive off of that thing just a little better as she goes. That's a very subtle differences between that pair, but I think a pair that's very, very good, because a heifer that comes out in two, probably just a vertebrae longer as we study her there through her neck, just a little higher tie-in. That helps whenever you got a bigger kid on the front end of the halter, but just a little higher tie-in in general. And as I said there earlier, if you're going to make them high tie-in, unfortunately what comes with that is being just a little more upright in terms of her shoulder. That's where I'd like to just relax her there, and this shows side outside toe. Just would like to fix that one, and if we could do that, then I think that becomes you could flip that. I could go either way on that pair. I think a pair of females that are very, very good and tremendous amount of quality. I don't want to take anything away from any of these heifers that are in this particular class, because to me this is as good a class as we've had through the 3 days that I've been here. Big-bodied, sound-structured, high-performing female that comes out next. Maybe just not quite as opened up and genuine, a little past 12 o'clock from a condition standpoint. Female that comes out next, again, I guess whenever this one hit the ring, it's like, oh, man, we got a good place to start. It's a shame that she ends up down here, because that one's attractive. She's well-balanced, and I think even without having that switch, it's one that usually that makes them look pretty deep-chested and throws off their balance. I think as you analyze that heifer for what she is, she does all those little things very, very nicely. She's just not quite as much of any of her in any one particular area. Just gets a little harder there in her body and full rib. I think a female, again, ton of quality in that one. The heifer that rounds off the class is as good a bottom heifer as we've had throughout the day, and I don't want you to hang your head because you've got a high-quality cow and make an excellent replacement. Just not some of those wow factors in the show ring as those up on the top end, but I think an excellent, excellent class, as I said, as deep as any as we've had throughout the 3 days I've been here. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors. This Angus show just keeps getting better and better.
Congratulations. Winning Class 4, we had Blake Bagoon. In second place, Tegan Johnston. In third place, Quinn Roush. In fourth place, Sophie Saling. And in fifth place, Ava Hernandez. Entering the ring now for the selection of our champion-owned Angus Junior Yearling heifer, we should have Lindsay Davis from Class 3 and Blake Bagoon from Class 4. And our second places coming in as well from Class 3, we have Aubrey Herbers. And from Class 4, we have Tegan Johnston.
Really nice division here as we bring these class winners and respective seconds back. And again, I think we started off in an excellent way, a heifer that led off that first class, a pair of heifers that were very different, and female that wins just so opened up and so massive in terms of her build and her design. Again, shoulders back, out one is gorgeous, highly presented type heifer. She's done an excellent job getting this one fed and right here at this stage of the game, because that one is fresh, and in terms of her condition, good hair coat on her, just a little plainer through that front 1/3, but I think a female that quality-wise stays in contention out here. Our respective second in that class, really neat, really high tie-in. Just wish there was a little more show cow here today. I think a female that's look and style and balance is awesome. Females that came out of that next class, I said there in class, boy, those big Angus heifers that have got plenty to them. They're opened up, they're dimensional, they're well-balanced. It was some subtle nitpicky differences between that pair of females, and those nitpicky differences are still just very, very minor in between that pair. And so just like previously, if it was that close of a decision in my mind in class, it makes it hard to separate them here in this division. So we're going to keep those heifers out of Class 2 together and be your division champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our champion-owned Angus Junior Yearling heifer exhibited by Blake Bagoon, and our reserve champion-owned Angus Junior Yearling heifer exhibited by Tegan Johnston. Entering the ring for Class 5 owned Angus Senior Yearling Heifers, we have entry number 65, Clara Grubb, showing Clark Boy Sandy 365, born on November 5th. And entry number 42, Jack Bagoon with Oakley Phyllis 394, born on November 2nd, 2023. This is your class.
Get these senior yearlings out here. We're going to leave these heifers as they currently stand. It's tough to keep these senior yearlings fresh and right. And, they're coming up on 2 years old, and to keep them fresh and not look too mature and coming apart and try to align that up with Kevin at the right time. And I'll tell you what, these two, very, very good. I think both the females that excellent representations for the Angus breed. And with that, the one that leads off, boy, that one just grabs you as soon as she hits that end gate. You want to talk about an Angus female, again, just so elegant. I think a female that's body and shape and center cavity goes with just a gorgeous front 1/3 on her. They've done an excellent job keeping this heifer fresh, keeping her right in terms of her condition, keeping her right on her feet and legs. A female that, again, balance just so exquisite and then doesn't disappoint you whenever you get right in on her. I think that's one that just incredibly, incredibly high quality. Female that comes out second, boy, that's a really good Angus female, and had the opportunity to do the Kansas State Fair a few weeks ago, and I'd have begged for a heifer for 2 days in the senior yearling division that looked like this, because this one is fresh and awesome bodied and good structured. Here today, she just ran into a buzzsaw that does all those things and does it in a neater, cooler package, but a high quality female there in her own right as well. Congratulations. Let's put those hands together for our exhibitors in that class.
Congratulations. Winning Class 5, we had Clara Grubb. And in second place, we have Jack Bagoon. We're now ready for the selection of our champion-owned Angus Senior Yearling Heifer. Oh, I'm sorry, that was. And they were our automatic champion and reserve senior yearling. We're now ready for the selection of our grand champion, owned Angus heifer. Entering the ring, we have entry number 40, Ella Jane Michael, followed by Blake Bagoon, and Clara Grubb. Again, we're selecting our grand champion owned Angus heifer. Entering the ring, we have our reserve divisions, Jack Bagoon, Tegan Johnston, and Jack Bagoon. Our show this weekend would not be possible without our sponsors, so we'd like to thank the State Fair of Virginia, who supports our youth livestock shows by providing this venue, covering our judge expenses, and paying out over $35,000 in cash premiums and $28,500 in earned scholarships for our exhibitors. First Bank and Trust has provided exhibitor T-shirts for each of our exhibitors this week. This year's T-shirt has been created in memory of our friend, colleague, and longtime State Fair of Virginia supporter, Casey Daniel. Casey was the inspiration behind and operated our info tent for 6 years, providing exhibitors and parents with guidance, information, and answers to all the questions. Casey served as the 4-H Positive Youth Development Agent in Orange County for 23 years, impacting more youth than can be counted, and not only spreading the mission of 4-H, but truly living it each and every day. We lost Casey on August 7th to a short but hard-fought battle with cancer. Casey was responsible for the creation of our exhibitor T-shirts for many years and had already begun work on this year's T-shirt, giving it the same time and attention as always. She wouldn't want to see any tears, so please join me in a round of applause for our amazing colleague, who we miss so much, Casey Daniel.
We get our own Angus divisions back out here. Man, I thought the Bred and Owned show was good, and you expect them when the Bred and Owns are good that the Owns are going to live up to it. But you never know. And we've done that, and this Angus breed has been incredibly good from end to end, from the first class that we had through that last class of senior yearlings. Just the quality, very, very good, is from end to end, and it makes it a lot of fun, as I said, for me to get to stand out here in Sword. And as I said earlier, and I'll say again, as we continue to go through, it's one man depending on one day, and that's all it is. But I get it, because we live on the other side of this as well, and so you put all this time and effort and energy into this, and we're all competitors. But I think you should all be proud as not only juniors, but those people that have got you here, those people that have got these cattle presented. These cattle are fed right. I guess that's the thing that's the best take home that I've had, because there's nothing that drives me more insane than getting one past 12 o'clock. And I understand that it's hard to do. It's hard to feed cattle whenever they're, especially in the Angus breed, where they tend to be a little easy doing. And the hardest thing to tell somebody is to stop carrying a feed bucket. And I'll tell you what, you folks on the East Coast have done an excellent job getting these cattle presented. These cattle are ready. They are 12 o'clock, ready to have their game face on here today. And now, just to describe them ever so quickly before we grab you a Grand in Reserve, because I think the quality is very, very good. We started in an awesome way out of that first division. I think a division that was good and high quality, division that the cattle are different, but man, that one is big, swoopy bellied. That one has got some punch and power. I said Darren Drive, she's a little big for me, but I think a female that if, and I'm not here, as I said earlier, to tell you big, small, indifferent. I think that's good livestock. That's an animal that is big bodied, big boned, big footed, little paddles just a little more off of her front 1/3, but I think, again, a female that I like a great deal, very high quality reserve to her there. And we stepped it up as we moved into that older division, and I think a division that both of those sets of classes were very, very good, and these two, to me, were very, very close as we studied them there in class. I think both heifers that just excellent representations of the Angus breed, and these big January, February heifers, I don't remember what they were, but opened up and dimensional and awesome in terms of their ribs, still fresh, still females that are good bodied, good structured, good moving. I think cattle that are just incredibly high quality that came out of that division. I like them both greatly there as well. And then we move into our senior division, and again, as I said, these senior yearlings are hard. They're hard to manage as you move closer into the fall, and the ones that came at us there in that class, just two of them, very, very good, tremendous amount of quality. And I'm going to this one that comes out of that division is one that I think just so exquisite is the best way to describe that one. That one is one of those females that just absolutely struts around the ring. And you want to talk about there's something that I love is cattle that just walk out here and are arrogant. And that one just reads arrogance. That one says, man, I am good and I know it. I am proud. I am high tie and I am awesome bodied, fresh conditioned, awesome structured. I think a female that's incredibly high quality, which probably takes what I'm getting ready to do not by surprise, because I had my mind made up till this animal walked in the ring. And boy, I think that is one good female. She's going to be your champion, Angus Heifer. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our grand champion, owned Angus heifer, is Clara Grubb with Clark Boys Sandy 365. Pulling in as we move to select our reserve grand champion, owned Angus heifer, we have Jack Bagoon with Oakley Phyllis 394.
We pull that heifer in that was second to her in reserve division. Again, I think a female that just does so many things so nice in terms of body, in terms of refinement. Very good structured. I think a female that, again, for this stage, very fresh, high quality, high tie-in. But I think there's one that does all those and just a little more punch and power. That heifer out of Division 2 be your reserve. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in this Angus show.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our reserve grand champion, owned Angus heifer, we have Blake Bagoon. Exhibiting Oakley Phyllis 402. We're going to take a 5-minute picture break. And then we'll move into our Simmental Heifer Show. We're now ready to begin our 2025 State Fair of Virginia Simmental Heifer Show. Entering the ring for Class 1 Simmental Late Senior Heifer Calves, we have Alyssa Kopp with CTF River Bend Penny M248, born December 12th, 2024. Followed by Campbell Boserman with KAE Diamond 4PS M404, born on November 11th, 2024. This is your class.
Very nice way to start off our Simmental show. We're going to leave these heifers as they stand. I think there's some give and take in this pair, and to me, it's very close. And I go back and forth in my mind. I think, again, just trying to keep the basics covered. I think the red heifer, just from her shoulders back, I like the softness of that one's body, the softness of the way that she travels in terms of hip, hock, and pastern. I think that muscle is laid on her just a little more correctly than the heifer that's there behind her. I think a heifer that's just very smooth, very good built all the way through. Female that comes out into, from a profile standpoint, has an advantage because that's the neater headed, higher tying, cleaner fronted heifer. All those things I think balances up very nice stop to a heifer that's got plenty of shape and power. I think with some of that shape and power, that muscle's laid on her just a little rounder, wants to get a little tighter in the way that she travels through that spine. I think a female that if you could just soften her there in terms of her body and soften her muscle pattern, I think then you could switch that pair. But a nice pair to start off with. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Winning Class 1 of your late senior heifer calves, we have Alyssa Kopp. And in second place, Campbell Boserman. We're now ready for Class 2 of our Simmental early senior heifer calves. Entering the ring, we have Cooper Joins with WHF Delilah 455M. She's born on October 24th, 2024. Gloria Widener with SPSPS Private Affair M181, also born October 24th. Tristan Verts with Next to Proud, also born October 14th. Cullen Joins with CTJ Melia M424, born October 10th. Dylan Sowers with JNS Recoils Brandy, born September 30th. Clinton Kidd with JNS Recoils Lady, born September 24th. Colt Thomas with BESH Kenco Miss Ava MJ24, born September 22nd. And rounding out the class, we have Browning Robson with HS Supernova M874, born on September 11th, 2024. So we have a spread in age from October 24th to September 11th. We'd like to thank sponsors for today. Farm Credit of the Virginias is providing water for our exhibitors and staff for the week. General sponsors this week supporting all of our shows are Craig County Farm Bureau and Washington County Farm Bureau. And additional sponsors for the Youth Beef Show include Blue Ridge Animal Clinic, Clark Boys at Elba West, who sponsored our showmanship banners, James and Sonia Yankee, Beyond Blessed Farm, Springwood Livestock Management Services, Bagoon Farms, Virginia Cattlemen's Association, NVS Vet Partners LLC, Ironsides Vet Clinic, Rockingham Feeder Cattle Association, Louisa Veterinary Service, Point Pleasant Farms, Locust Ridge Farm, Spring Lake Livestock, and Shearpoint Farm. We'd also like to thank our beef show help for the weekend. Without the volunteers and our show staff, the show would not be possible. Clerking today's show is Ashley Cron. She's our agent for Rockingham County. Lining up classes is Megan Sheets. She's our 4-H agent for Rockbridge County. In the ring, we have Sam Leach, our 4-H agent for Albemarle County. And special thanks to Sarah Cyphers, our State Fair of Virginia Youth Livestock Advisory Council member, for securing sponsorships and awards for the youth beef shows. Over to my right, we have Morgan Allen. She's our 4-H program educator from Augusta County. We also want to send a special thank you to Catherine Carter, Hunter Phillips, and Lauren Maprosky, as they have put these shows together and worked really hard throughout the year to make sure that the state fair can happen.
We got a lot to sort through here in this class, and I guess one of those where 7 head gets to be a lot as they start walking around, and I think we need to owe it to these kids to give them a little time and make sure everybody gets a good look. And to me, as we study these cattle, just in terms of big picture things, young man's heifer that's going to go ahead and lead off in terms of from a shoulders back, being genuine in terms of her rib shape, as good as any out here in this lineup. Hip, hock, and pastern, I think, is where she ends up excelling this particular lineup. I think a heifer that we've seen neater throated ones out here today, but just one of those that everything fits together so well. Not a heifer that necessarily blows you away anywhere, but it's pretty hard to pick a hole in that one, and you get that one out and going, I think is where she wins this particular class. And this young lady does a great job with this one that comes out here in 2, and that one's probably just a little more opened up naturally as we study her both up high and down low. I think a female that I love the boldness to her center rib, I think gives you an attractive look on the profile. Push just a little more forward and a little more open in terms of her blade placement, a little crestier about that neck, but that thing is so neat from her shoulders back in terms of presence, in terms of body shape and expression. I think that extra quality I like a great deal. The one I struggle with a little bit here is the heifer in 3, because this is one that she's just a little greasy for me. If we could peel off about 75 pounds, I think that makes this a little closer, because that one is the burly, the stout, the 3-dimensional one out here in this respective lineup. But with some of that extra chub that she's got on her, just pushing a little more outside of herself off of both ends, I think a heifer that just gets a little plainer. You just freshen that one up. I think the quality of that thing, very, very nice. Female that comes out next is one that grabs hold of your attention. She's young, she's skinny, and I think a female that is as neat as any out here in this lineup from a presence standpoint. One of those high tying, as good throated, good shouldered one as any out here in this lineup. Balances up very nice. Just wish there was a little more to her. We set her in motion. She gets a little more uncoordinated in the way that she's wanting to handle from hawk to ground. But again, think of another very high quality female. Female that comes out next is another one of those that just kind of grows on you the more she's out here in terms of having some of that extra presence. She's not the softest bodied one that we've seen by any stretch here today. Another one of those that's skinny, and I'm okay with that here at this stage. A female that's fresh, female that's good in terms of her balance, a little harder ribbed, a little frailer featured. You give that one time and some groceries. I think her best days are still to come. We can relax her there off that front end. I think then if we could do all those things, I think we've got a really nice place as you project her a year from now. Female that comes out next, a big-bodied, sound-structured type of a heifer, a little plainer in terms of her appearance, a little plainer in her running gear that's there underneath of her. Heifer that comes out next is a female that I like her look, I like her balance. Female, another one of those that just doesn't have some of those extra ESTs, a little rounder in her blade. Heifer that rounds off the class, moderate, big-bodied female that's easy fleshing, a little plainer in her appearance. But again, high-quality heifers from end to end, good cow prospects from end to end. Let's give those exhibitors in this ball class a nice round of applause for bringing an excellent set of females.
Congratulations to Cullen Joins for first place in Class 2. In second place, Gloria Widener. In third place, Tristan Verts. In fourth place, Cooper Joins. In fifth place, Colt Thomas. In sixth place, Clinton Kidd. In seventh place, Dylan Sowers. And in eighth place, Browning Robson. We're now have selection of our champion Simmental senior heifer calf. Entering the ring, we have from Class 1, Alyssa Kopp, and from Class 2, Cullen Joins, followed by our second place entries from Class 1, Campbell Boserman, and from Class 2, Gloria Widener.
Class winners in our respective seconds in this first division. Very, very nice. And Red Heifer that started off, I think, did so handedly, or did so in a nice way, just in terms of having some of that extra body and flexibility and pliability that we're going to try to stay true to throughout the day. I think a female that, again, shoulders back. That one's really, really nice. A little plainer headed, and that was the advantage that Baldy had. And I think, again, a female that you liked a great deal from that standpoint. Talk about a mature cow. Females that came out of that class that we just did you that was an awesome class of females from end to end. I think a female that came out of that class just in terms of flexibility, in terms of structure and balance to overwhelm that particular lineup. I think a female that just has a tremendous amount of cow power and cow potential in her there. A female that was second in that class, maybe just a little more expressive in terms of her shape and her body and her punch. Not quite as flexible in the way that she reached off of that shoulder, but I think those two are very, very high quality. They give you that awesome look. We're going to keep those two out of class number 2 together. They'll be your division champion reserve. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Colin Joins for exhibiting our champion Simmental senior heifer calf, and to Gloria Widener for showing our reserve champion Simmental senior heifer calf. We're ready for Class 3, Simmental late junior yearlings. Entering the ring, we have Colt Thomas with 3CK Red Wine M1, born April 12th, 2024. Cooper Joins with 3TRS Ethelba 111M, born March 30th, 2024. Ella Miller with CCS JS Summer 33M, born March 28th. Malachi Music with JBSF Maddie 4447M, born March 27th, and Caden Harris with Harker's Black Satin M104, born March 25th, 2024. This is your class.
Again, we've got another good lineup from end to end on these. As we get into these bred heifers, and I think we've got one up here on top. You want to talk about flexibility of skeleton? It's as sound as any as we've seen today. Awesome feet and running gear underneath this one. Incredibly good and fresh and attractive in the way that she's built. Great body, great pinned. I think just a female that has got a lot of awesome pieces to her. To me, the decision comes in between 2 and 3, and these heifers are very different. Like if you want one that is just got a little more body, a little more width, or a little more width up high, then maybe you go with the one that I've got in 3 here. I think it's one there that comes out in 2. In terms of freshness, in terms of structure, is where she has the advantage. That heifer takes a longer, freer stride off of both ends of her skeleton there. I love the natural femininity and freshness to the center portion of her body. I think you put a little more hair on that one, and she looks a little punchier than necessarily she is. That thing's so good wheeled and so fresh, I think, is where she has an advantage over the heifer here in 3. My biggest pet peeve on the heifer in 2 is I just like to jack her tail head and fix her from hooks to pins. And this heifer is a little more close to ideal, I guess, in that opinion. Maybe a little more the other direction than the heifer that precedes her. From her rear third of her body is where I like her from an advantage standpoint. I think she is squarer and truer hooks to pins. I think a female that I like to set to her hind leg. So we study her there in her front end, just a little more rocked forward in the way that she's built up front. Just labors ever so slightly more as we walk her there through her blade. I think a female that's awesome bodied, awesome built there through the center portion, just would like to relax there up front. I like the moderation and the ease of flushing of the red baldy that comes next, just a little rounder in the way that she's made. Female that rounds off the class, a big high-performing female, good in her lines, just a little harder all the way through, a little harder in terms of her build. But a nice class of heifers yet again. Let's give those kids a big round of applause. I'm bringing an excellent set of Simmental females.
Congratulations. Exhibiting the first place entry from Class 3 Simmental Late Junior Yearlings, we had Caden Harris. In second place, Cooper Joins. Third place goes to Ella Miller. Fourth place to Colt Thomas. And fifth place to Malachi Music. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4 Simmental Early Junior Yearlings. We have a single entry from Elizabeth Summers, MTCC Bank on Cali, born January 5th, 2024.
Single entry here, a big-bodied, high-performing Simmental female. Love this one, stopped and parked. Her silhouette is gorgeous, big bone, big-footed, big-bodied, stout and dimensional. High-quality single entry. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Elizabeth Summers, our class winner for Class 4. We're now ready for the selection of our champion Simmental Junior Yearling female. From Class 3, entering the ring, we should have Caden Harris with Harker's Black Satin M104, born March 25th, 2024. And Elizabeth Summers with MTCC Bank on Cali, born January 5th, 2024. And our second place entry from Class 3, Cooper Joins with 3 TRS Felba 11M, born March 30th, 2024.
Division out here, I think, is really, really nice as we move through these heifers. That's heifers out of the first class. I think a class that was very, very deep, and with that, there was one that came to the top for me pretty quickly as we studied and analyzed. I think just in terms of presence, in terms of look and body and natural ability to get out and just absolutely float around the ring. I love the big bones, big feet that's underneath this one. I think her silhouette is absolutely gorgeous. There that came out of that first class or second place in that class, got there just in terms of her freshness, in terms of her flexibility. Not the most opened up animal out here, but boy, that one just so genuine in terms of her build and her design. And Big Red that just came out of that last class is opened up and three-dimensional all the way through. I think stopped and parked. I like a lot of things about that one just in terms of punch and power and design. We set her in motion. She's just starting to paddle a little more, getting a little more pigeon-toed in the way that she drives out of this up up front. But that's an extremely high-quality female. But to me, the division comes down to that first class, and our champion and reserve will come out of that first class. Let's give those guys a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Caden Harris for exhibiting the champion Simmental Junior Yearling Heifer, and to Cooper Joins for exhibiting the reserve Simmental Junior Yearling Heifer. We're now ready for Class 5, Senior Yearling Heifers. Entering the ring, we have entry number 234, Carly Thomas, exhibiting BESH Miss Missy LHCR. She was born on November 15th, 2024. She is a single entry and will be your automatic champion Simmental Senior Yearling Heifer.
Very nice single entry here in our senior yearling division, and I think a female that could have stood more competition for us here today. That is a bold, stout cowie one that just raised brood cow all the way through. I love her natural power, bone, her foot. I love her length and extension that she's got up front. High quality single entry. Let's give her a nice hand on a great division champion.
Congratulations, Carly Thomas, for having the class winner and your champion Simmental Senior Yearling Heifer. We are now ready for the selection of your grand champion Simmental Heifer. Entering the ring, we have your champion Simmental Senior Heifer Calf, Cullen Joins, followed by your Junior Yearling Heifer, Caden Harris, and then our Senior Yearling Heifer, Carly Thomas. We'll also have our reserves coming in from our reserve Senior Heifer Calf, Gloria Widener, and our reserve Junior Yearling Heifer, Cooper Joins.
Well, let's start off, put our hands together for our exhibitors here that have come through the Simmental ring. I think yet again, we've had a very good show from end to end, and we started it off in a good way with a division that I think it brought us a lot of quality right off the bat. And the one that came out of that division just so sound and flexible. I love her body. I love her presence. I think a female that just every time she hits the ring, you just like her a little bit more because it's one of those I said during class. There's just not a hole in that one. I think a female that you just love all the pieces to her, and I think a female that's bright, certainly has an incredible bright future. Female that came out of our second division, as I said there, I think in a good class, but she stood apart in that class and stood apart in that division. Just I think does all those little things so well from a body and flexibility of structure, in terms of her natural and genuineness. But I think a female that's so fresh here at this stage. I think a female that's awesome bodied, but yet still fresh in terms of her chest floor. So clean and high tying in the way that she's built. Another one of those that just every time that she comes in the ring just kind of prances and struts around. I think a female that has a tremendous amount of quality to her there as well. Female that came out of that last division. I loved her body. I loved her power that she's got. A senior yearling that I think still attractive and well designed. Maybe just a notch coarser than a couple of the other heifers out here. But man, to have that much body and width and power, you're going to get just a little more coarseness to go with it in this breed. And I love that about them. I think to me, there's I've got my mind made up and kind of the way that I want to go. And while they don't look exactly the same, I think just structure and pliability sorts. I'll grab you a champion reserve. But let's again put our hands together for our exhibitors and a great Simmental show. We're going to get another awesome set of breed champions.
Congratulations to Caden Harris for exhibiting our grand champion Simmental heifer. We'll now have Cooper Joins pulling in line for the selection of our reserve Simmental.
As we bring that respective reserve in here, I think one that, again, got there not in any one particular area, but just got to there because she's so fresh and so sound in her structure. Awesome build and awesome design. But I think there's two out here that are great in terms of their body, in terms of their design. There's ones that gets just a little more punch. Heifer out of that first division is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cullen Joins for exhibiting our reserve champion Simmental heifer. We're now ready for Class 5 bred-known Simmental heifers. We should have 3 entries. Entering the ring, we have Campbell Boserman with KAE Diamond 4PS M404, born on November 11th, 2024. And Cullen Joins exhibiting CTJ Melia M424, born on October 10th, 2024. And Colt Thomas with 3CK Red Wine M1, born on April 12th, 2024.
We only got 3 in our bred and owned division, but I think we have 3 that you want to talk about making cow prospects can certainly do that very, very well. I think they're cattle that are very, very, very nice. They're good in terms of what they do well. I think there's just one out here that's a little different. I think the female that's going to be your champion here is the one out in here directly in the middle, just in terms, as I said just a little bit ago, in terms of pliability, in terms of genuineness, in terms of soundness of structure. Man, I like that one a great, great deal. She'll be your bred and owned champion. And then as we get for reserve, to me, it gets a little closer. I think heifers that both do some things very, very nicely, both things I'd like to tweak a little bit. I guess to me, some of that just extra moderation in terms of body and build. I like the red Baldy. She'll be your reserve champion. We'll come back in third with that Baldy up front. But let's give a hand to all of our Simmental bred and owned exhibitors for bringing these cattle out here and doing a great job with their programs.
Congratulations. Winning your bred and owned division, we have Cullen Joins, followed by Colt Thomas and Campbell Boserman in third. We're now going to take a short break as we take pictures of these champions, and then we'll be ready to move into our Hereford show. We're now ready to start our 2025 State Fair Virginia Hereford Show. Entering the ring, Class 1 is our cow-calf pair exhibited by Michaela Emery. She is a single entry and will be your automatic champion Hereford cow-calf pair.
Really like starting off with these cow-calf pairs, and we set a really good tone here. I think a cow that's doing an excellent job, a cow that's good on her feet and legs, raising a big strapping calf inside, high-quality single entry. Let's give her a nice hand.
Congratulations, Michaela Emery, for exhibiting your champion Hereford cow-calf pair. We're now ready for Class 2. Junior heifer calf, we have a single entry from Leighton Reams, RCC Houston Queen B N501, born on March 2nd, 2005. Leighton's is a single entry and will be your automatic champion Hereford junior heifer calf.
Another single entry, and I think a heifer that could have stood more competition out here just in terms of flexibility of structure and build and design. Man, she does all those little things so well that we tried to stick to throughout the day. I think a female that still balances up very nice. High-quality single entry. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Leighton Reams for his champion Hereford junior heifer calf. We're now ready for Class 3. Another single entry. Our exhibitor is Sedona Seffert with RCF 977 23K Magnolia M226, born on December 26, 2024.
Another high-quality single entry, and again, makes my job easy whenever we only send one at a time out here. And I think, again, a female that could have stood a lot of competition out here today. That one's look and presence, extremely high quality. I love her body. I love her, again, flexibility. Another very high-quality single entry. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Sedona Seffert, with your winning entry from Class 3 late senior heifer calves. We're now ready for Class 4, our Hereford early senior heifer calves. We have 3 entries. Leading off with Sedona Seffert with TDF Miss Monica M9ET, born on October 16th, 2024. Followed by Leighton Reams with RCC Houston Felicia M402, born on September 30th, 2024. And our third and final entry is Savannah Rittenauer with Gemstone Taylor 109M ET, born on September 20th, 2024. This is your class.
Yeah, a pretty logical class here to sort through. I think we got a pair of heifers that just more body, more natural dimension and power. And with that, we've got one that's better built, maintains herself more correctly. Very elegant whenever we study this one on the profile. Good in her feet and legs. I think, again, another one of those that everything fits together just very, very nicely. Love the bone and foot that's underneath this one that comes out here into. That one's got some really out there pieces. But at the same time, I think she comes to us in just a few more pieces. Breaks there right behind her blade, get a little more off there in terms of the way that she's built out of her hip. But man, that one has got some cool pieces to breed around. I love the things that one does very, very well. A little smoother patterned one here that rounds out this particular class. Female that balances up a little nicer on the profile. Here today, they go a little plainer headed. Female that's not quite as stout and powerful as those ones up on top. But again, another good class of Herefords coming at us. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Winning Class 4, we have Sedona Sifford. In second place, Savannah Rittenauer. And in third place, Leighton Reams. We're now ready for the selection of our champion, Hereford Senior Heifer Calf. Returning to the ring, we should have Sedona Sifford with her winner from Class 3, born December 26, 2024, followed by her winning entry from Class 4, born October 16th, 2024. We'll also have our second place entry from Class 4 exhibited by Savannah Rittenauer, born September 20th, 2024.
Here we got a nice lineup out here for this division. That heifer calf that was a single entry in our first class. I think really high tying, really neat to look at. I love the natural body, the flexibility of structure and build and design that's in that one. I think one that reads with a lot of good pieces. And the same can be said for that second in terms of moderation, in terms of body, in terms of some extra punch and power to go with that, and yet still won that class because she was a little neater, little smoother all the way through. The one that was second, I love her body, I love her dimension. That one has got as big a pipe as anything that we've seen for her age. Just comes to us in a few more pieces, and so that's what to me comes down to our respective class winners. And I think a pair of females that from the shoulders back are very similar. There's just a little more unique pieces in this one up here in front in terms of being a little higher tying, a little neater throated. She's going to be your division champion. Class number 2 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Sedona Sifford. She's exhibitor and owner of Champion and Reserve Senior Heifer Calves today at the Virginia State Fair. Now, we're now ready for Class 5. Hereford Late Intermediate Yearling Heifers. We have a single entry exhibited by Sedona Sifford, RCF 7, K409 Marissa M816, born on August 16th, 2024. She is a single entry.
Again, another single entry, and again, a female that's just incredibly sound and feminine and good and balanced. Young lady's brought a really nice string of heifers to us here so far today. I think a female that's very fresh and elegant in her build. Congratulations to her on another high-quality single entry.
Congratulations to Sedona Sifford for exhibiting the class winner in Class 5. Now entering the ring for Class 6, Hereford Early Intermediate Yearlings, we have 2 entries. We have Sedona Sifford with RCF 7 H921 Make Me Hush M628, born on June 28th, 2024, followed by an entry from Hannah Cyphers, SL Taters Darling 524ET, born on May 10th, 2024.
I'm going to go ahead and leave these heifers as they currently stand. I think pair of heifers that both good from a balance standpoint. I think this what sorts this particular pair is a little more to the one that's up in front in terms of being a little more opened up in her heart and forerib, a little more opened up, hooks back and pins down, and I think still balances up incredibly nicely. Female that comes out here in two, probably just a little better in the angle and drive and build to her shoulder. I think a female that's really high tying, really ladylike and elegant up front. Blends really neat into her shoulder and forerib, but I think a female that here today just flattens and tapers from their back, not as stout and dimensional. But again, another nice pair of females. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Sedona Sifford for winning Class 6 and to Hannah Cyphers for being in second place for Class 6. We're now ready for the selection of our champion Hereford Intermediate Yearling Heifer. Entering the ring from Class 5, we have Sedona's heifer, born on August 16th, 2024. And from Class 6, Sedona's entry, born on June 28th, 2024. We'll also bring into the ring from Class 6 the second place entry from Hannah Cyphers, born May 10th.
Come back and we put these together for division. That heifer out of the first class balances up very nicely. A female that you like her body, female that's still fresh and youthful as we study her there through her head and neck. I think a female that, again, does a lot of things very, very nicely. You could square her up out of her pin set ever so slightly if you're going to get critical of that one. Female that comes out of class number 2, again, another one that balances up good. I love her body. I love her just genuineness of build and design. I think a female that doesn't necessarily blow you away at any one particular area, but just very, very solid all the way through in our respective second. Incredibly fresh and ladylike up front, just not quite as much to this one. To me, again, comes down to our class winners. This time I like that extra punch and that extra softness of body. The heifer out of class number 2 should be your division champion, Class 1 reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Our champion Hereford Intermediate Yearling Heifer is owned by Sedona Sifford, and she came out of Class 6. And our reserve champion Hereford Intermediate Yearling Heifer is also owned by Sedona Sifford, and she comes out of Class 5. Entering the ring now, we have Class 7 Hereford Late Junior Yearling Heifers. We have Michaela Emery with PRF Magnolia 2402, born March 10th, 2024. Followed by Savannah Rittenauer with RF Laney, born March 10th, 2024. Mackenzie Crenshaw with HAEP Miss Schuyler, born March 5th, 2024. Entering the ring, we have Clinton Kidd with CF Dolly 426M, February 27th, 2024. And rounding out the class, we have Brianna Crenshaw with Churchview 611G, Raylyn 135M, born February 15th, 2024. So again, we have a spread from March 10th to February 15th.
We got some variation as we move into this class of Hereford females. And again, I think just in terms of flex and reach is what keeps this young man's heifer here up on top. I think the one that I like the most whenever they're stomped and parked. And yep, still, I think big picture as we study this one at the ground is as flexible and long striding as any in this particular lineup. Female that comes out here in two, I really like when they're stopped and parked. I think a female that's probably a little more relaxed in her spine, really opened up and genuine in the way that she's built there. I think a female that you like her power, you like her look, you like her design, standing still. Whenever we set this one in motion for me, just gets a little more upright and hesitant in the way that she travels there off of both ends. But I think that extra look of quality and balance keeps her up in the top end of this respective drive. It's a little closer for me, 3 and 4. I think heifers that are both big, high-performing females, both that are good in terms of their body. I think just a little more length and extension up front. And the female that's going to go out here, I think a little more openness in terms of width from hooks back and pins down. Young lady's heifer here that comes next. I think, again, as I said, long spine, female that's good-bodied, good-boned, good-footed, just a little off in terms of a balance, tapers ever so slightly as you get it right in behind her. The female that rounds off this particular lineup, I think of one that's feminine, good in her lines, a female that here today just wish there was more to her to run with those up on the top. But another good class of Hereford females. Let's put our hands together for those youth.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our winning entry, we had Clinton Kidd. In second place, Savannah Rittenauer. In third place, Brianna Crenshaw. In fourth place, Mackenzie Crenshaw. And in fifth place, Michaela Emery. We're now ready for Class 8, our early junior yearling heifers. We have 3 entries. Leading off the class, we have Brianna Crenshaw with MRR Rihanna 1M, born on January 28th, 2024. Followed by Jack Bagoon with Goon Miss Macy M1, born on January 18th, 2024. Followed by Leighton Reams, RCC Queen Sassy Pants M401, born on January 1st, 2024. We'd like to recognize our judge for this weekend, Justin Adcock. It's been a pleasure working with you. Justin is from Illinois and is a graduate of Lakeland Community College and the University of Illinois, where he received his bachelor's in animal science and master's in ruminant nutrition. He was on competitive judging teams while at both schools, as well as coaching the Illinois State 4-H team to 2 national championships. Justin has judged on every level in 25 states and Canada, including the North American, Fort Worth Stock Show, Keystone, and the National Western Stock Show. He is currently a sales agronomist for Bayer Crop Sciences. He, along with his wife Emily, daughter Tatum, and family own Adcock Land and Livestock, a seed stock operation in central Illinois where they sell and show Angus and Simmental cattle throughout the U.S. Let's give him a big round of applause and thank him for being here with us this weekend.
We get to towards the end here of the Hereford division, and boy, we got a really, really high quality one to come out and win this class in a dominating fashion. Just in terms of one of those that does all those ESTs incredibly well in a fresh, feminine, and attractive package. I think that one is incredibly high quality. Female that comes out here in 2, I think this next most follows her. I like her freshness of body. I think a female that lines are really nice, just not as much to her in any one particular area. I think again, good high quality quality Hereford female, the one that rounds off this particular lineup. Sound structured female that's going to make an excellent brood cow for that young lady. Just not some of those extra wow factors here in the show ring today, but another good class of Hereford females. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations. Winning Class 8, we had Jack Bagoon. In second place, Leighton Reams. And in third place, Brianna Crenshaw. We're now ready for the selection of our champion Hereford Junior Yearling Heifer and our reserve champion Hereford Junior Yearling Heifer. Returning to the ring from Class 7, we have Clayton Kidd. Clinton Kidd. With CF Dolly, 426M, born on February 17th, 2024. And from Class 8, Jack Bagoon, with Goon Miss Macy, M1. Our seconds, coming in from Class 7, we have Savannah Rittenauer with RF Laney. And our second place entry from Class 8, we have Leighton Reams with RCC Queen Sassy Pants M401.
We get to this division, I think, again, we've had a few more numbers here in this division than we did in those previous ones, but I think our quality is still good, even with that, and has been from end to end quality good all the way through. The heifer that we started off with, I think a pair of females out of that first class that you liked their body, you liked their natural build and design in terms of then they're standing there, stopped and parked. The one that came up to the top of that respective class is one that was just more flexible, more athletic as we studied these cattle at the ground. We're going to redesign that one. She gets just a little deeper in that chest floor than I like to tone her down in terms of the way that she moves out of that spine. Female that comes out of class number 2, change gears just a little bit here, and that one is one good looking, high-quality Hereford female that's incredibly good on her feet and legs. Awesome-bodied, awesome build. I think one that's presented to a T out here to us today. And a female that came second to her, I think, is one that's just incredibly solid. A female that's sound, really good bodied. A female that's depth of rib is really good. Female that from her shoulders back, very, very nice. A little plainer fronted than her predecessor, but I think a female that just, talk about good functional brood cow, I think does all those things very well. A nice lineup of females, but I think we just got a different gear in class number 2, and those class 2 will keep together, and they'll be your division champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our champion Hereford Junior Yearling Heifer, we have Jack Bagoon. And our reserve champion Hereford Junior Yearling Heifer is exhibited by Leighton Reams. We're now ready for the selection of our grand champion Hereford heifer. Entering the ring, we have our champion Hereford cow-calf pair exhibited by Michaela Emery. Followed by our champion Hereford junior heifer calf exhibited by Leighton Reams. Our champion Hereford senior heifer calf, which came out of class 3, Sedona Sifford. Our champion Hereford intermediate yearling heifer coming out of class 6, Sedona Sifford. And our champion Hereford junior yearling heifer exhibited by Jack Bagoon. We're going to also bring in our second place or reserve division champions. Out of our early senior heifer calves, we have class 4 exhibited by Sedona Sifford. And our reserve champion Hereford intermediate yearling heifer out of class 5 exhibited by Sedona Sifford. And our reserve champion Hereford junior yearling heifer exhibited by Leighton Reams.
Well, let's start off like we have in every breed and put our hands together for our youth that have come through this Hereford division. It's been a good time sorting through these Herefords, and we haven't had the numbers in some of those classes that we had in previous breeds, but I think we get all of our division champions and reserves back out here. You can see the quality that's standing in here and what makes the Hereford breed so good, just not only in terms of show ring, but in terms of production cattle. And we started off really nicely with a pair that I think just does so many things right in terms of doing everything she can to put everything she's got into a really nice calf there at side. I think a female that's still feminine and balanced does a nice job, set us off to a good tone. Single entry in that calf division, but I think, again, one that could have stood more competition out there because that one is good body. That one's smooth, really well built there, really sound in terms of her structure. I like all those things about her. I think, going to make a nice project as you project that one on down the road. We move into the falls, and then I think we have got a pair of females in that division that were very nice, but the one that sorted herself up to the top. And I love her body. I love her flexibility of skeleton. One of those high tie-in females, still feminine, really good in terms of her build and design. Incredibly high-quality female to come out of that class. We get into the next division, and again, I think a female that in a pair of heifers that I think did a lot of things very nicely. That one, again, just another one of those that had a few more of those ESTs in terms of having just a little more presence, a little more natural to her, and being a little more opened up all the way through. And I just said there in that last division, though, we grabbed another gear whenever this one walks in, and I think a female that you want to talk about just some extra presence, some extra freshness of body, some extra power, dimension for a Hereford female to have that much to her, yet still that good wheeled and yet still be fresh in her condition, incredibly well balanced. I think that one is very, very high quality. And as I said, whenever we talk about one grabbing another gear, we probably shouldn't beat her. That's going to be your champion Hereford heifer. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Our grand champion Hereford heifer is exhibited by Jack Bagoon. Pulling in line for selection of our reserve champion comes out of that same division and is exhibited by Leighton Reams.
Then we pull this respective second and reserve division in. I think, again, a female that, as I said, maybe not some of the frills of a few of the other heifers out here. Awesome cow prospect, just in terms of female that's going to be easy doing, good-bodied, kind of female that just sticks around forever. But to me, as we go back through and we analyze these cattle, that one out of division number 3 standing here in front of me just follows that type and kind of our class winner. She's going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to Sedona Siffert on selection of our reserve grand champion, Hereford heifer. We're now ready for Class 9, our Hereford bred and owned division. Entering the ring, we have Leighton Reams with RCC Houston Queen BN 501, born on March 2nd, 2025. Followed by Sedona Siffert with RCF 977 23K Magnolia M226, born on December 26, 2024. We have another entry owned by Leighton Reams, RCC Houston Felicia M402, born on September 30th, 2024. Another entry by Sedona Siffert, RCF 7 H921 Make Me Hush M628, born on June 28th, 2024. We have Savannah Rittenauer with RF Laney, born on March 10th, 2024. Jack Bagoon with Goon Miss Macy M1, born on January 18th, 2024. And another entry exhibited by Leighton Reams, RCC Queen Sassy Pants M401, born on January 1st, 2024.
Before we place these, and probably not maybe necessarily the hardest guess in the world, if you just watch that champion drive where we're going to go for champion reserve in this division, and then we'll place the rest of the cattle on down through. But what I think is really awesome to see, and as I said earlier, throughout all these bred knowns, this is the end goal. But to have the end goal also be the same whenever these cattle just came through the own show, and were so competitive and dominating in the own show, to come back out and these young people have actually bred and raised these cattle. I think again that is what it is truly all about as we study these from end to end. And I think our lineup out here warrants a round of applause for these Hereford youth for going out and breeding these cattle and doing an excellent job. As I said, probably not going to be a big surprise as to what we're going to do, given what I just did. So without further ado, I think, again, as I said, the one that's going to win this bred known division, I think, is an awesome female of this young man's. I think a female that has got just a whale of potential as you study her in that Hereford breed amongst her contemporary. High-quality female there in her own right that'll be your champion, the bred known. Congratulations to him. And then as we study that and we bring that one back out there that was reserved to her in the own show, I think that one is just so nice. And those heifers follow each other together so well. And so we're not going to mix that up and not keep them together. If you pull those out, that'll be your reserve champion. Congratulations to her. Again, really just a truly great accomplishment for these kids to have bred and raised these cattle that were so good and competitive as we studied these animals from there. I think from there you can get some give and take in our lineup here, and I think we've got a set of cattle that are just very good, very functional all the way through. I like just the natural cow power and body and build of that one that came out of that older division that's here and back, and she'll come out next. Congratulations to her. Here, a young lady that just circled her calf. Well, I think one that, again, just bounces up so neat, so nice, so tidy there. She'll come out next. We'll go out with the young man here up in the front. I think a female that's just incredibly sound structured, really high quality, very good there. Like we're still left with a pair of females ultra good in terms of their combinations of build and body and design, just a little more punch. We're going to go with the one here in back and then follow it up with the one in front. But again, let's put our hands together for all of our exhibitors here in this Hereford division. A great set of cattle and a great bred known show for these kids.
Congratulations, Class 9 of our bred known Herefords. In first place, we had Jack Bagoon. In second place, Sedona Sifford. In third place, Leighton Reams. In fourth place, Sedona Sifford. In fifth place, Leighton Reams. In sixth place, Savannah Rittenauer. And in seventh place, Leighton Reams. After photos, we're going to move into our percentage Simmental show. We're now ready to start our Percentage Simmental show. Entering the ring for Class 1 of Percentage Simmental Cow-Calf pairs, we have Trinley Robson with M.H. Milady Dolly, L821. She was born on March 1st, 2023. She is a single entry and will be your champion Percentage Simmental Cow-Calf pair.
Well, just single entry pair to start off our cow-calf division. And again, I think a really high-quality cow that's come back out here doing an excellent job putting everything she's got into that calf at side. Good set of wheels underneath that cow. Really good from a balance standpoint. Congratulations to her on a high-quality single entry.
Congratulations to Trinley Robson with her champion Percentage Simmental Cow-Calf pair. Entering the ring now for Class 2 Percentage Simmental late senior heifer calves, we have Madison Stratton with MSL Missy 128M, born on December 8th, 2024. Alyssa Kopp with CTF Riverbend Daisy M224, born on November 20th, 2024. And Leighton Reams with SPL PS Espresso M18, born on November 16th, 2024.
We start off in this heifer division, and I think we start off in a really, really good way. We got a hammer here in this class that is, again, covers all those basics so well, starting from the ground up. That's one that's flexible, good in her design. I think a female that's silhouette is absolutely gorgeous when you get off to the side of that one. Everything fits together, incredibly nice, very high-quality one to start off. I think just as easily the young man's heifer here comes into two. I think follows her in terms of silhouette, in terms of body, just not quite as much to that one in any one particular area. I think incredibly good in terms of her quality and balance. Young lady's heifer here that rounds off the class as a female that's big-bodied, easy fleshing, good structure. Just here today ran into a couple heifers with a little more look and a little more design, but a nice set of heifers from Indiana. Let's give those kids a hand.
Congratulations. Winning Class 2, we have Madison Stratton in second place, Leighton Reams, and in third place, Alyssa Kopp. We're now ready for Class 3, Percentage Simmental Early Senior Heifer Calves. Entering the ring, we have entry number 343, Trinley Robson with HS Miss Merlot M878, born on September 15th, 2024, followed by Wesley Coleman with Frost Lamp Mandy 120M, born on September 12th, 2024.
I'm going to leave this pair of females as they stand. I think just in terms of, again, flexibility of skeleton is the deciding factor here. The female that leads off, moderate, big-bodied, awesome in terms of the way that she gets around the ring and travels with plenty of authority. Female that comes out in two, big, high-performing heifer. I love the length and extension that she's got here today. Just a little more upright and rigid in the way that she travels.
Congratulations to Trinley Robson with her class winning entry. And in second place, we have Wesley Coleman. We're going to move into the selection of our champion percentage Simmental senior heifer calf. From class 2, we have Madison Stratton. Again, her female was born on December 8th. And from class 3, we have Trinley Robson with her female born on September 15th. We're also going to bring our second place entries into the ring. From class 2, we have Leighton Reams with his November 16th female. And from class 3, we have Wesley Coleman with his female born on September 12th.
We get these falls back out here for this division. I think our lineup is really, really nice. And started off with a good class in these younger falls. And I think a really, really good one to lead off that particular lineup. I think a female that just covers the basics of all those things that the top end of these heifers have done throughout the day. And starting from the ground up, that's a big-footed, good structured, awesome-bodied one. Still really good and feminine in terms of her lines, in terms of her balance. I love all those things about her. Her respective second was one that I think follows her in type and kind. Just wasn't as much to her in any one particular area, but I think a female that still fits in this lineup incredibly nicely. We moved into those older heifers, and we got one here that came out of that first class that won that class just in terms of flexibility of skeleton. I think a female really good as we study this one to the ground, really long fronted, good balance, maybe just a nickel harder back there through her flank if you're going to get critical of her, but I think a female that I love her feet and legs that she's got underneath her, a respective second, a big high-performing female. I think a female that you just like to relax in terms of her structure and build. To me, I think there's one that wins this respective division pretty easy. It gets a little closer for reserve, and we get to some subtle nitpicky differences in heifers that I think both have a lot of good to them. But to me, I think just the heifers up here out of class number 1 are enough similar. We're going to go ahead and keep them together. That'll be your division champion in reserve.
Congratulations. Our champion percentage Simmental senior heifer calf is exhibited by Madison Stratton. And our reserve champion percentage Simmental senior heifer calf is exhibited by Leighton Reams. We're now ready for class 4, percentage Simmental late intermediate yearlings. We have 2 entries. Our first entry is exhibited by Wesley Coleman, WREC Stella 624, born on July 24th, 2024. And Avery Carpenter with Luna Star, born on July 14th, 2024.
We start off with the Summerborns, and I think we've got a nice pair of females, but the Baldy just sorts herself apart again on structure and function as we evaluate these cattle on the move. I think Out One's has an advantage there. She's got an advantage in terms of presence when they're stopped and parked. Heifer here that's going to come second. I love her moderation. I love her body. Young man's done an awesome job keeping his head up because she's kind of giving him fits out here. We got a good heifer. Just wish there was a little more to her here today.
Congratulations, winning Class 4 of our late intermediate yearlings. We had Wesley Coleman, and in second place, Avery Carpenter. We're now ready for Class 5, Percentage Simmental Early Intermediate Yearlings. Entering the ring, we have Audrey Cook with TWST JBWV Miss Cowgirl 04MET, born on May 3rd, 2024, followed by Will Muncie with Hickmison Miss Queen MO5, born on May 3rd, 2024.
Move along in this division here, and I think we've got another good pair of females, but a standout here up in front. I think a female. There's another one of those really high tying, awesome bodied, good structured, good moving ones. I think a female that just sets herself apart here, and that's not taking away from the quality here in number 2, because I think Out One is still feminine, well designed, tall fronted type of a female. Takes a long fluid stride. I just kind of ran into one that there's just as much of, not as much of this one, and just like to blow her apart as we study her all the way through.
Congratulations to Audrey Cook for her class winning entry from Class 5. And in second place, we had Will Muncie. We're now ready for the selection of our champion percentage Simmental Intermediate Yearling Heifer. From Class 4, we have Wesley Coleman with his July 24th, 2024 entry. And from Class 5, Audrey Cook with her heifer born on May 3rd. Our second place entry from Class 4 is exhibited by Avery Carpenter, born on July 14th, 2024. And from Class 5, Will Muncie with his heifer born on May 3rd, 2024.
Nice set of heifers here in our summer division. Started off in a good way with a nice pair up in the younger part of this division. I think a heifer that lays off just incredibly flexible in her skeleton. You like her build and design. Not as quite as soft as the one that comes later, but I think the female that's just very fresh, very genuine in terms of her build and design. Female that came out of that second class, a little more look and a little more presence. You love that extra body, that extra natural capacity that she's got. A respective second, really good look in there as well. Not quite as much to her. To me, I think the class winners just set themselves apart a little more. And even with that, there's one that wins this division pretty easy. Class number 2 to be your division champion. Class number 1 reserve.
Congratulations. Exhibiting our champion percentage Simmental Intermediate Yearling Heifer, we have Audrey Cook. And our reserve champion percentage Simmental Intermediate Yearling Heifer is exhibited by Wesley Coleman. Entering the ring, we have Class 6 of our percentage Simmental late junior yearling heifers. We have Audrey Cook with 3ARK Agwanda M321, born on March 21st, 2024. Tristan Verts with OAKP RJ Lizzo 459M, born on March 17th, 2024. And Elizabeth Summers with WSF CSAM Quinn 07M, born on March 1st, 2024.
leave this lineup as they currently stand. I think a close decision up here on the top end. I think both heifers that have an extreme amount of quality, and I think heifers that you can go back and forth on where you prefer them. I guess to me, you like the extra maternal look, and I think just a little neater in the way that they're built in from neck to shoulder, shoulder back into her forerib up here on top. I love the way that that one is designed there from her shoulder into her neck. I think a female that ties high, but yet travels just a nickel upright, and I think takes a more genuine stride in the way that she travels there. I love just her natural swoop to her center body. I think a female that handles her hind leg more closely to ideal than relation to the one that comes in behind her. Stopped and parked. It's pretty tough to poke a hole in the young man's heifer here that comes out in two, because that's a high tying baldy heifer that is good bodied, good ribbed, stout made all the way through. We're going to get critical of this one. She's a little more compact in just the way that she's built, at the same time more open in her shoulder, really wanting to roll and drive out of that front 1/3 here today. I think still, that takes nothing away from an extremely high quality female. Love the design and the build in the heifer here in three. Long spined, high performing heifer here today. Just ran into a couple of heifers that had a little more to them, a little more look than, but I think a good class from end to end. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our exhibitors of Class 6. Placing first, we had Audrey Cook. And in second place, Tristan Verts. And in third place, Elizabeth Summers. We're now ready for Class 7, Percentage Simmental Early Junior Yearling Heifers. Our first entry into the ring is Leslie Linton with Delta, born on February 2nd, 2024. Followed by Caden Harris with S&S Hind Ariel 4069M, born on January 27th, 2024.
Move along here, and I think we've got a nice pair of females in it, and even with that, we got one that's a little different here to lead off this particular class, just in terms of having a little more body punch and power and dimension, bone, foot size underneath her. Big, high-performing female, really good in terms of her lines. Heifer here that comes out in two. I love her moderation, still one that's flexible. Here today, just wish there was more of her to get up over that one up on the top end.
Congratulations. Winning Class 7 is Caden Harris. And in second place, Leslie Linton. We're now ready for the selection of our champion percentage Simmental Junior Yearling Heifer. We'll have entering the ring from Class 6, Audrey Cook with her March 21st, 2024 entry. And from Class 7, Caden Harris with his female born January 27th, 2024. Also entering the ring are our second place from Class 6, Tristan Verts. And from Class 7, Leslie Linton.
We get our division, our class winners back out here for division. Now, I think we've got a really deep lineup. We started off in a good way with that first class, a pair of females that I think do a lot of things very, very nicely in terms of look, in terms of presence. I think a female that came out of that class just because I like the way she's laid in, a little more ladylike about that one's shoulder, blends a little nicer, and I love her silhouette that is whenever you get off to the side of her. As I said, it gets a little more upright there in terms of the way that she's built in her blade, but I think a female that you love her body, you love your bone and foot that she's got. As we moved into that second class, we've got a pair of females that I think both good, useful cow prospects, but at the same time, the one that won that class is just one that I think had a few more of those ESTs in terms of being a little neater, higher tying, bolder, stouter, dimensional heifer. I think she's the one out here in this respective lineup that can get out and reach as good as any. Her silhouette is beautiful whenever you get off to the side of them. Probably not just maybe the sharpest necked one that we've seen here today if you're going to get critical of her, but man, that female I think does a lot of things very, very nicely, and in terms of flexibility has an advantage here in this lineup. Class number 2, you'll be your division champion. Class number 1, reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caden Harris for exhibiting our champion percentage Simmental Junior Yearling Heifer, and to Audrey Cook for exhibiting our reserve champion percentage Simmental Junior Yearling Heifer. We're now ready for Class 8 of our percentage Simmental Senior Yearling Heifers. Entering the ring, we have Campbell Boserman with KAE Double Goodness 3G1 L305, born on November 9th, 2023. Followed by Lainey Carpenter with Stella Rose, born on September 4th, 2023. These will be your automatic senior yearling heifer and reserve senior yearling heifer champions.
All right, and leave this pair as they stand, but a very good pair of senior yearlings, and to me, a very close decision between this particular pair. And I think you just got some differences that you can go one way or the other, and I don't know that I'm necessarily going to argue with you, but I feel that just in terms of being a little laid in, neater, not fresher in her condition here at this stage is where the heifer up front has an advantage, and I think with some of that extra weight off, it gets around the ring and moves a little closer to ideal for what I guess I would like. I think a female that you love her balance and body. A female that's not as opened up and dimensional as the one here in 2. And if you just want to go shoulder back, man, the one here in 2 is an absolute load. She's opened up. She's got a ton of shape and expression. Just a little more open there to go with that in her shoulder, a little crestier there in her neck, a little more gathered in terms of her underline than I'd necessarily like to see. But a nice pair of senior yearlings. Congratulations. Let's give those girls a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. Winning Class 8 and also being our champion percentage Simmental Senior Yearling Heifer is Campbell Boserman. And in second place, and also your reserve champion percentage Simmental Yearling Heifer, we had Lainey Carpenter. We're now ready for the selection of our grand champion percentage Simmental Heifer. Entering the ring with our champion percentage Simmental cow-calf pair, we have Trinley Robson, followed by Madison Stratton with our senior heifer calf champion. Audrey Cook with our intermediate yearling heifer champion. Caden Harris with the junior yearling heifer. And Campbell Boserman with the senior yearling heifer champion. Our reserves are also coming into the ring, and we have Leighton Reams with our senior heifer calf. Wesley Coleman with the intermediate yearling heifer. Audrey Cook with the junior yearling heifer. And Lainey Carpenter with the senior yearling heifer.
Before I go through and talk about these, just like we've done in every braid, let's put our hands together for our youth that have come through this percent semi division. Again, I think it's been a good show from end to end. It's a lot of fun as we get to sort this, and I think we started off again in a very nice way with a cow-calf pair, just like we have throughout the day, and a cow that's doing everything and raising and made herself even better, I think, with that calf that she's got there at side. Cow that balances up very nice, a cow that's very flexible, high-quality animal. To me, though, as we started into the heifer show, we run into some heifers that are just have a little more of those EST-type terms, if you will, and we started it off really nicely with this first division of calves. I think one that just gorgeous silhouette in this female. I love her body. I love her flexibility of skeleton. I think a female that just exquisite from the side, a female that is really good. You love her whenever we set her in motion. You love her the way that she blends neck to shoulder, shoulder back into her forerib. One of those that everything just fits together very, very nicely. Well, I think follow that type in kind as we moved into division number 2, and I think, again, another female that just gorgeous from a profile standpoint. Another one of those that just everything fits together so nice whenever you get off to the side of her. Incredibly flexible in this way that she travels hip, hock, and pastern for us today. And you love just the evenness of build and structure and body in that one all the way through. And we come into these older heifers, and I think we've got heifers that had a lot of different types and kinds as we came into that division. And I think you could have done a lot of things a little different as we got there. But to me, there was only one to win that particular division. I think just in terms of from her shoulders back, that one was the best from a hip, hock, and pastern standpoint. I love her natural body capacity and dimension. Big, high-performing female. Another one of those that balances up incredibly nicely out here. And then I think we finished off in a strong way with a pair of senior yearlings that are just good functional cattle that have got some body. That one just was a little smoother made and a little smoother built all the way through. I think this lineup to me is maybe as close close as any decision that in that I've had in my head throughout the day. And in the past couple of days, I guess, as we sort through these, I think that different person, different day, different look even of these animals. Later, you could go some different ways. I think the quality is good, and it is very, very tight as we go through. I'll grab you a champion. We'll bring that second in, and then grab you your reserve. But again, let's give a nice round of applause. We've got a great set of percent semis that have come through the ring today. Show these kids your appreciation.
Congratulations to Madison Stratton for exhibiting our grand champion percentage Simmental heifer. She was her senior heifer calf. So we'll bring into the lineup Leighton Reams with his reserve senior heifer calf for the selection of our reserve. And congratulations to Audrey Cook for exhibiting our reserve percentage Simmental female for today. She comes out as your intermediate champion yearling heifer division. We should have 6 entries for Class 9, our percentage Simmental bred-known heifers. Entering the ring, we have Madison Stratton, Wesley Coleman, Avery Carpenter, Audrey Cook, Leslie Linton, and Lainey Carpenter. These females range in age from December 8th, 2024 to September 4th, 2023.
Well, yet again, we've got an awesome lineup of bred-known females as we bring all those bred-knowns here in the Simmental division back. And again, I think a lineup of females that certainly held their own throughout the show in their own right. And again, I'll reiterate, always good that we're bringing these cattle back and these kids that have been successful or have got their projects out here and making the next generation better. And my hat's off to you. So let's start off again by congratulating these kids that have come back out here for this champion in the bred-known division. As I said, there in the Hereford division, always good whenever the one you use is also the bred-known or when else in the bred-known division. Guess I just gave away what we're going to do, but if I didn't beat her before, we're probably not going to beat her now. I think that animal is absolutely awesome from a build and body standpoint. Certainly, definitely one of those that's just very much my kind in terms of her freshness, in terms of her youthfulness. Young lady's done a great job. Congratulations to her. As we get in contention for reserve, I think there's one that just stands out, and that's going to be this Baldy heifer that's directly in front of me. Just, again, one of those that not a big hole in this one. You love her body, you love her bone, and you love her mass and foot size. I think a female, ultra exquisite as we study those. Congratulations to our grand in reserve here in this bred-known division. as we go from there on out, I think you get some give and take in these cattle, and I think cattle that do a lot of things very, very nicely and very, very well. I think some differences in terms of their body and build, and I think as we study those cattle, we study their bodies, we study their builds. I really like the young man's Baldy here up front. She'll come out in the 3-hole. We'll move to the senior yearling, big, stout, burly whale of a cow, going to make an awesome breeding piece, and the young man heifer here that's directly in front of me, followed by the young lady. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors here in this bred and owned division. Let's put our hands together again for a great set of kids that came through the ring.
Congratulations. Winning our bred and owned percentage Simmental bred and owned class, we have Madison Stratton in first place, Audrey Cook in second place, Wesley Coleman in third place, Lainey Carpenter in fourth place, in fifth place, Avery Carpenter, and in sixth place, Leslie Linton. We will be moving straight into our selection of our Supreme Heifer Drive at the 2025 State Fair of Virginia. Yeah. We're now ready for the selection of our 2025 State Fair of Virginia Supreme Heifer Drive. In the ring, we have our reserves. Leading off is our Bred and Owned Angus Reserve Champion exhibited by Madison Stratton. Our Owned Angus Reserve exhibited by Blake Bagoon. Our Simmental exhibited by Cullen Joins. Our Hereford exhibited by Sedona Sifford. Our Percentage Simmental exhibited by Audrey Cook. Our Commercial Crossbred exhibited by Abigail Miller. And our AOB Reserve exhibited by Audrey Cook. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. What a great competition we've had this weekend. Entering the ring now, we're going to have our champions from each division. From our Bred and Owned Angus show, our entry from Caden Harris. From our Owned Angus show, our entry from Clara Grubb. Our Simmental, exhibited by Caden Harris. Our Hereford, exhibited by Jack Bagoon. Our Percentage Simmental, exhibited by Madison Stratton. Our Commercial Crossbred, exhibited by Kyle Prince. And our AOB, exhibited by Jasper Tomlin. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. And while everyone's gathered at the ring, how about another round of applause for our judge over the weekend, Justin Adcock. And also a big thank you to our show crew. And parents, if you want photographs of the kids, Mandy Rooker has been our official photographer, and her website is mandyrooker@smugmug.com.
Well, before we make a few closing remarks, I guess let's start off and let's give a big round of applause to all the youth that have come through the ring here for the last 3 days. It's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed myself greatly over the last 3 days, getting to sort through an awesome set of cattle, but an even better set of kids. And we started it off with and showmanship, and that was just so fun and so refreshing to sort through those kids that way, and just the quality of your youth that have come through the ring, I think, is truly exceptional. I've never been to the State Fair of Virginia before, and I think it's so you never know what to expect whenever you come to something for the very first time. And I'll tell you what, my expectations have been blown away just in terms of the quality of the kids and the quality of the animals that have come through, and that makes it a lot of fun whenever it's somebody coming from the outside you get to evaluate. And I always say whenever you judge shows, you're never going to make everybody happy. My goal is not to come out here and make friends, just like anytime I'm the one standing on the outside man, I wish we would have got along better. I wish we'd have done this, wish we'd have done that. I guess what I think the most important thing is anytime you get the opportunity and are asked to judge a show is one of two things. And the most important thing, and I guess the older I've gotten, it's probably become more of my biggest pet peeve in the world. And it's easier, I guess, is when you're not fresh out of college and fresh off a judging team and you want to pick every little nitpicky detail. But as you get older and you kind of see the big picture in the forest through the trees, and something that I try to do is I try to stay incredibly positive. It takes a ton of time and effort and money that has gone into these projects that these kids have done, that the fitters in the back that have done, that mom and dad have done, and there's so many other things that you could be doing on an absolutely gorgeous day here in October, other than having to come and spend more money, get dirty, wake up early, do all those things. And I get that, and that's not lost on me. And I think if we come out here and we rip everything, then that tends to make people feel negative, and you get those negative thoughts, and it's not as much fun. And I think that if you can come out here, I'm not saying that we're not gonna describe the cattle and the differences, but there's good in all these animals. There's animals that have come through the ring, whether they be the grand champion female today or whether they finish towards the bottom end of their class. I think they're cattle that have a tool, that have a place, and these kids have done a great job and warrant that ability. I think the other thing that we need to do, and I said it in the steer show, we'll say it again, is say thank you to all those sponsors, to all those people that make this happen, all those volunteers. You guys have had an incredibly well-run show, and everybody, we've kept them moving, we've kept things rolling. I haven't had to wait on anything. My ring help has been awesome, and that makes it a lot of fun, and you're very spoiled in this state to have that, to be able to get to do that, because it's hard to find sponsors. It's hard to find volunteers. So if you as kids, whether you're in the ring or not in the ring, just say thank you to all those people that have made this possible, because again, it takes so much time and effort and money. The last thing I guess I'd say is, like I said earlier, I'm not out here to do anything other than to pick the 5 animals that I like the best, and you're going to get my opinion on this day. That's the way that I guess it's one of those that when you're standing outside, it's always easier standing on the rail than maybe necessarily it is on the inside. But you put a tie on and you walk into the center. I feel like you owe it to those kids to give you your opinion. It's going to be the 5 that I can lay my head down tonight whenever I finally get home and sleep. And I think we've got an excellent lineup of kids, but like I said, it's been second to none to the kids that have come through here, not just the quality of cattle. And the last thing, and I hopefully everybody's working, and I doubt they're watching online because we got way more important things to be doing whenever somebody left. But thank you to our crew at home. It is hard to get away and do this. I get accused of from my wife of being gone too much in general, especially doing things like this whenever she thinks that there's other things that we should be doing. And we do, as I said, we do this for a living. We calve these things out. We wean them. We vaccinate them. We have to give them shots when they're sick. We have the good days and the bad days, just like all of you guys do. And it takes an army, and I'm very blessed with an incredible army back home that's working on sale babies, working on Louisville cattle, working on OKC cattle, and then getting ready to hit the ground and run and go look at some different sale babies as soon as I get back home. And I say all that because this is what I have a passion for. This is what I love doing. This is what I've grown up doing. I guess everybody's got their vices. I don't know if this is even cheaper than a drug habit. It probably would have been cheaper to have a drug habit. But I promise you turn out way better, and you got a way less chance of going to jail if you're in the show cattle industry. And I love this industry. I love the people that are in it. It's afforded me so many things in life, as I said in that steer show, from getting free ride all the way through college to grad school that I'd have never went to and had absolutely no intentions of doing, to the different professional careers that I have had outside of our farm operation. And it's something that I love, and I hope you can tell that I have a passion for, and it's something that I guess I hope that you can pass that passion on to the next generation, and then to you kids that are getting ready to age out, to those little kids that are coming up, because I'm getting ready to be into that stage of my life where I've got a 2-year-old who thinks that show cattle are the greatest thing in the world and wants nothing more than to be in the barn all the time. And that both makes me very, very happy and ready to be very, very poor for the rest of my life. And it's something that I love. And Mandy and I were joking about it the other day. I never want to push her into it. You never want to push your kids into it, but man, it's going to make life a lot easier if she wants to be in the show barn too. And I guess we're going to do this for 20 more years as we go through that phase. But just thank you for having me. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I say all that to just say, you kids say thank you, and I say thank you for having me. Thank you for being incredibly respectful throughout the last 3 days. It's been a tremendous amount of fun to sort through the livestock, to sort through the kids. I'll grab you a top 5, I think, is exceptionally, exceptionally good. And I think you could go any number of directions as you get in on down into that. It's so tight. There's not a bad animal that is standing out here in this respective lineup, and will continue to move in. But if you could, one last time before I go grab that Supreme Champion, let's put our hands together for a great set of kids that have come through the ring here today.
Congratulations. The exhibitor of our 2025 State Fair of Virginia Supreme Heifer goes to Jack Bagoon. Entering the ring, we'll have Sedona Sifford, who exhibited our reserve champion Hereford. Congratulations to Clara Grubb for exhibiting our reserve Supreme Champion female. Entering the ring with his reserve owned Angus, we have Blake Bagoon. Congratulations to Jasper Tomlin for exhibiting the 3rd overall Supreme female with his champion AOB. Entering the ring, we should have Audrey Cook with her reserve. Congratulations. Our 4th overall is going to be exhibited by Caden Harris with his bred and owned Angus. Entering the ring, we have the reserve from that division, Madison Stratton. And congratulations to Caden Harris with his 5th overall Supreme Champion female out of our Simmental division. How about we give one more great big round of applause for our judges, the kids, our show staff, our sponsors, to Catherine Carter for spearing up our show. Thank you to everyone. Have a safe trip home, and we'll see you back here next year.